move like you're reading every angle. Hands trace all the places I've been craving. Deep breath, I can feel my heartbeat racing. You're leaning slow, touch me just how I like it. I'm leaving the mood, right between control and wildness. Baby, my body's calling, calling your name again. Every inch of me falling, falling into your hands. Don't say a word, just show me how this night ends. Baby, my body's calling, calling you back again. My body's calling. My body's calling. My body's calling. My body's calling. My lip gloss exposing a little secret. Your laugh reverberates off the ceiling. Lights fade, projector stays in focus. Bright lit, touch my body, I notice it's cool me close like a tie with a tenant. Both our bodies know where this precious headed. Baby, my body's calling, calling your name again. Every inch of me falling, falling into your hands. Don't say a word, just show me how this night ends. Baby, my body's calling, calling you back again. My body's calling. My body's calling. My body's calling. My body's calling. Right here, right now, breathing more of myself. Just hold stuck down, way down. Let me easy you feel it now.
Lads, we are inside. Not racing, I am just streaming the whole broadcast of the race, so not racing, lads, but you guys are going to get to watch the race. Even though at 3 o'clock I'm going to have to run and do the school run, I'm going to leave the stream playing so you guys have got to watch. But I thought, as I said before, why not actually stream the races so everyone can literally have something to watch on this Friday evening, Friday afternoon, going into evening. Be an interesting race. On track. SCA in here. Lawrence, David Naskidis, Billy. Esther. How is everybody doing though? Pretty nice livery. Let's go through who we got. Bagheera in the Porsche. Lawrence in the Porsche. Venaskis Villian. Interesting. Oh, GMD, what's going on, bro? I'm not doing it with anyone. I'm just broadcasting. I'm with Team Virus. Give me 2 secs, actually. Give me 2 secs. Right, lads. Sorry about that. I took the car. Hey, how did I do that? Hold on. How I took the car. What the hell? That's insane. Beautiful livery done by Haney. Insane. I know. I purposely came in the server like lost. Still put me in the car. Two people on the lap. Hopefully, it didn't cost you lot too much time. They're already sending it. No, they definitely didn't want me to do quality around here. I'm awful. Particularly round here. Bessier in the Lambo. I don't think I've seen Bessier drive a Lambo before. No, I'm not racing Poochie. I'm literally just broadcasting the race. Just so you guys know, at 3 o'clock I will be absent for like 40 minutes. School runs. These are the teams. Is this race GT3 only? They're hypers in this. Sure, there's hypers in this as well. Could be wrong. $2010. May at some points hear my son in the background. I said, Unc retired. Hell nah, bro. Just too busy. Let's have a look. Bessier wasn't too far off. He's a couple of attempts up on the next lap. What lap time will we see in quali is the question. Lambo does sound so good. I wonder how fast the Porsche is. I'd expect Max Florence to be fast in the Porsche. Tires probably warmed up by now. Purple through the middle sector. Almost 6/10 up. It looked like that might have been a small cut. I don't know. Looked as if he had all 4 wheels off. I don't know if that's accurate or not. Like Davin Askins-Ville's only improved his lap time by a couple of attempts. So. Wow. Bessier has just gained loads. He goes fastest at 2:02. Hey, Bagheera up to second, Florence in third. Have a look at where Prenter's at. Yeah, I think Prenter's like a lap behind in terms of tire heat. Delivery's so good, man. Brenner already on a 2:01.2. But he will definitely be into the 2 minutes. Did you get a G29 for your first wheel? Honestly, brother, I think you'd probably just save and just try and get straight to a direct drive, bro, because you're just going to end up needing to upgrade very, very soon. So I would just save. How much is the Fanatec lower end DD wheel? That's probably your best bet. When I bought my T300, obviously there was no direct drive wheels in existence, so that was my excuse. But if I was to do it all over again, I probably would have just waited and saved up and got the direct drive straight off the bat, because yeah, there's no competition, bro. Might as well just spend the money and just have a decent wheel from the get-go. Yeah, probably your best bet, brother. Yo, Blue, how you doing, man? Put up to 6th, still 8/10 off of Bessier, but a lap behind, I think, on tire heat. Is that RS50? Oh, it's 8 millimeters. Right. But that's the circular rim, right? I mean, if you like circular rims, then not bad. For me, although I have a circular rim, I'm not a fan of circular rims. Okay, Bessier's called it quits. Who's this in second? Who's this guy? He's saying he's up. I don't know if it's true or how far he is up, because the timer's broken. Looks like he's on a good one. Green in the first sector. Bessier at the moment on pole by half a second. Purple in the middle. This guy's flying. I love the body language of the cars through this section. That looked good. That did look good. Oh, right, you're in Bosnia. Yeah, so yeah, I can imagine. Import prices are probably crazy. And was that that invalidation? Brenner up to second. And he keeps it on the front row. Jay Bagheera as well is also back into the pits. Ashkedashvili back into the pits. Lawrence into the pits. 8/10 off is huge. Lambo still looks incredible over one lap. Yeah, I think for the modern day sim racing titles, man, like, it's very hard to buy a wheel that's not a DD wheel and expect to get the same sort of feel for the game, because, like, for me, even on ACC, once the direct drive wheel started coming out and the game started getting updated, the game just started to feel worse and worse and worse on the belt driven wheel. So tough, lose time, and that's it. Bessier is gonna be on pole. Looks for about half a second, unless this guy can do something about it. He looks like he's down on his times. Close to the wall. What's his lap time gonna be? Up to second. Let's drop Printer back down onto the second row, starting from third position. Interesting quali. Got 4 different manufacturers. I don't know if there is hypers. I thought so. Are they all in? What's that? Persia. So Marcel Chinzik, Ferris Stanley, Posh. Quite a lot of fast drivers in here. Mardukovic. Got a fast name. Yo, that was super close. Jeez. 2/10 between the top 7. Damn. Close. Was close. That is 1.1 seconds off, still on the lap. Not improving by the looks of things, though. I mean, if you're 4/10 down, you should just park it, brother. Unless you made a big mistake in the last corner. He obviously did, and did it again. So bumpy in the last. Oh, he still had time to do another one, or... Okay. Was the last guy on track. So there's still a Porsche going round. Not sure about this livery though, lads. Don't know. Alright, man, I'll see you in a bit, bro. What is this livery? Supposed to be like a dodgy animation, or don't know. Certainly dodgy. Not that much. The hyperfield is actually pretty strong. Up on his time. Lost a bit. Went a bit too wide onto the curb. This time is only going to move him up one position. Unless he's had a very bad last corner. Oh, back end snap, laps over. Wow, I do not envy the setup he's got on, man. His car did not handle the bumps well at all. So that's quali finish with, I think.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
113 laps per. Make sure I'm not in. Make sure I'm not in the car, just in case. No, on a Porsche, it definitely looked very slippery. They strong hypercar field at the front there, the top 7. Pretty much is a sports lineup. You know? That's going to be interesting. Plus, Marin Hedger's taken over the Aston, Brenta and Masoud. Then Nuri Erin, then Ashkinas. In the top 6, I would. Maybe Max Florenz is underperformed there a little bit. Yeah. Let's see. We jump forward. You guys want to jump forward to the front of the hypers, or not as an engineer? Just I'm just part of the team, so I can just watch it. I don't know what they entered me as actually. Here we go. Go right to the front. Let's see if all these guys get through. Right. First time.
Green flag. Green
Let's
flag.
go. Turn 1. Oh, he's around the outside. Profile is clean. Late braking. Jeez. Lads, it's the first lap, lads. Oh my God. Oh. Wow. First lap when you're that aggressive. What the hell? Bro, what is this? This Kosh guy is taking no prisoners. We're gonna roll on through to the GT3s, I think. Like Prentice, what's the position? But Bessier leads ahead of Matejo. No doubt there's going to be a lot of fuel saving going on. I would have thought. Oh! I'm battling right now. The sound defending for his life. It's going to be sketchy into here. see the rake on that Lexus. Right. Let me help my son look for a ring. Needs a ring. Give me 2 seconds, lads. Ring found, we're back. Hypercar coming through, must have had some sort of incident. Bessier and Hedger opening up the gap slightly. On board with the Aston Martin. Exactly, got a lot of straight line. And the South closed the gap. South already 1% down on the energy. Gavin Nashkevich just went to 90%, so he's doing the best in the energy at the moment. A lot of lift and coast. Yeah, definitely opening up the gap. Oh, the Aston looks quick. The Aston definitely looks quick. How long can the tires of the Lambo stand up to the pressure of the Aston? Oh my God, how you doing, brother? Zero 018. Zero 20. I think Massoud is closing in too. If I do go quiet, lads, either I'm having something to eat or chatterbox is next to me. How far I'm off my lap times depends on the circuit. Some circuits it's probably over a second. Other circuits it might be a couple of tenths. Around here, it'll probably be over a second because I'm not a big fan. Getting kind of tense though. And it looks like he's actually struggling. You can see how sprung the car is on the rear. Let's quickly go and have a look at the hypers. I will probably focus on the GT3s a little bit more. Naturally, that's what we're interested in, let's be honest. Guy that qualified pole is actually down in sixth. I think he's probably got a little bit of rear damage. Look, he's got orange damage. Also, took quite a big hit for the first sector, first lap. They were battling. But the battle was that hard on the first lap of a 4-hour race is kind of crazy. I put this race down as a 4.2, but it's actually not. Probably got to change it. Oh, definitely. I can't wait, brother. Cannot wait. Go back to the brief board. Seems it's still using the Cadillac. That's a brave choice because you don't see any Cadillacs. Mainly Ferraris and Peugeots, what I see. Standing in the BMW as well. Actually, it's quite a. I guess it's a half a decent mix. Top 5. This track is very hard to overtake. So it's gonna be tough. Go back towards the front. Oh wow, yeah, and the pressure is starting to build. SES shoulders. Bang. The sound's now closed in as well, but the front two do have the best energy. Last lap was a 2:01.6 by the leader. Feeling the need to try and break the slipstream down the back straight. .201.4, Kedja 201.4, Cloud 201.5. Red are 201.4 as well, so they're all pretty much lapping at the exact same pace. Ashkanis Billy 201.5, Florence 201.6. a little bit further back, maybe just getting a bit detached at the moment. Does have a bit of front damage though. None of the front four have any damage. It's going to be a tough one to overtake. There's not a lot of places. Check the top hypercar, sure. Go to the front. Fastest lap 47.2. Now they're coming up to lap speed, so they should get a bit spicy. He's also got orange front damage, so that contact that he had with the pole setter gave the pole setter rear orange damage, and he's got front orange damage, so his car is not going to be handling at his best, but still looks as if he's starting to just edge away a little bit. Stand as fast as that. There's 47.0 actually. A little bit quicker. 47.2. 47.1. Getting spicy. Oh, jeez. That was insane. Oh. This is scary stuff. Okay, gets edged out wide, over the grass. Yep, lost time. That was bound to happen. It was definitely getting spicy. Let's go back to the leaders of the GT3 because I think we're going to start seeing some hypers come through right now. This is where you can lose or gain if you get the traffic in the wrong place. Right, should be okay. This should get done right here. It's in the wrong way. Pretty annoying when they do that. When they go around the outside. Maybe he might get the cars in front. Wrong time. There he goes on Massoud. Luckily he gets Massoud just before the braking zone. Brenner looks like he's getting absolutely stemmed by these guys. Look at them, they're all over the track. That was Ferris Stanley who got back some places. Not too sure, but I believe there's a 10-hour. Is there a 10-hour next week at Qatar? A lot of the time they have server problems though. Absolute send. That's a horrible place. That must have cost Bessier a bit of time. Yep, look, it put Bessier under pressure. And just like that, that late send by the hyper literally put Bessier under pressure. He's going to lose 2 places. Sound just can't get on the front in time. Literally, it's crazy. Those late sends cost you so much. Look, it's definitely cost Prenter time as well. Been getting sent, he just got sent again into the hairpin. So he's lost probably another half a second how far he was back originally, but now maybe he might gain some back. Bessier take back some advantage. Pretty tight. Guy, we actually waited. The pace at the 47.0, I think, was the fastest hypercar. 1 minute 47.0. Close the gap, and I think he has closed the gap. Maybe he's lost out to the outright leader, but he might be a bit closer to the back of the top three. Still more hypercars coming through though. Commentary, yeah, the commentary will be on for another 15 minutes, and then I will be going to collect my daughter from school, so I'll leave the stream playing for approximately 30 to 40 minutes until I get back. All use pretty much the same amount of energy. David's the one who saved extra. Going a bit faster now that Mateja's in the lead in the Aston. It looks as if he's going to be probably dipping in for 2 minutes. Aston's looking real good though. Aston's looking pretty quick. Now we get to see how much he was being held up by the Lambo. Of course, the Lambo being a very good car in quality, looked great in the race. I know Darking was doing some stuff in the real world to do with work, so not sure how that's going. Probably just busy, man. Yeah, there's tons of stuff they can do differently. Some people might change or four tires. Some people might double stint. Some people might just change 2. It just depends. Man. I don't even know what the weather's going to be doing yet. Who knows? We'll be able to check once all the pit stuff, get the pit stop stuff up. We should be able to have a look at the stints and stuff after that. Let's see what everyone's using. Average. Pedro's average at 4.1. Good. Doesn't matter the fact that he's leading. He's definitely starting to gap everyone now. Remember, we're only about 22 minutes into the stint, so let's say in the next 15 minutes we'll find out whose tyres are beginning to really struggle. At the moment, this is just like doing a 20-minute online sprint race. Most of the time you find out in the second half of the stint whose setups really has the longevity. Dowd's car struggles a lot more down the straight. The corners and the braking, he must be pretty insane. But he just doesn't have the straight lines. And they're all having to work hard on the wheel in that last corner. I don't spend like much time racing, but I'm on the game quite frequently, even if I'm just practicing stuff or just in practice. I think, like, especially when you already know a track, not that hard to get decent. You already know the track. You already have a reference. You know, braking, accelerating, and whatnot. But like, if it was to do like a league race, I would have to grind. Now it looks like he's got good pace at this stage, man. Hedger hasn't completely disappeared. I will say I think he's a little quicker than Bessier in the Lambo, but not massive difference. All very close. Not a big gap between the top 5 realistically. There you see the weakness of the Porsche, even on this short back straight, getting absolutely smoked. Bumps are crazy around here, man. Great last corner for Massad though. Purple in the last sector, 2010 now. But don't panic. Alright, let's go back to the hypers and have a quick look. Music up into second, I'm sure somebody's dropped back. The Erkan and Ferris Stanley. I don't know what happened to Erkan. Ferris Stanley dropped back as well. We are good, bro. We are good. Coming up to lap the GT3 for the second time. Will Cox get held up a little bit? Remember guys, in 10 minutes time, or around about 10 minutes time, I'm going to be going to do the school run, so I will leave the stream on for you guys. I'll probably leave it on the front of the GT3 field. The only drama that really happened was the pole sitter in hypercars kind of got manhandled a little bit, dropped him down to 4th, even rear orange damage back in the car. I guess he's making his way back towards the front. In fact, I think it dropped him back lower than that. I think he was 6th. So that's the only big thing that really happened. Other than that, the way the hypercars slicing through the trees has been a bit of a movie because it's so aggressive. Coming up to do it again. First is already through. Paris is behind. Oh, what happened? Bosch dropped behind. Go back and see what happened. He's already got past him. This is what happened. Just a pure overtake. No defense, no nothing. A pure overtake. There's. Live action. Let's go back towards the green. Edge out 1.6 now. Starting to eat away a little bit. .8, 4 seconds in front of Brenner. Oh, this Aston is looking like a bit of a weapon. How's my family? Like, everyone's blessed, brother. Like, that's if you are talking to me though. Everyone's blessed, bro. The son literally chilling meter away from me. He's iPad. Looking like he little racy. Being 201.0s consistently. 2 temps up on that. Probably now getting held up by Bessie. Come the leaders. This time, let's see how anything. Things are actually pulling away the Admiral. Most of them are pros. I think the majority of the front of the field in the hypers are pros. I would say like the top 6 of each of the different classes of esports guys. did lose a lot. Wrong time. Last lap at 2017. This is what can happen though. Right lads, I'm about to get off. I'm gonna go do the school run. In around about 40 minutes. Alright, so I'll catch you guys then. Other than that, I'll keep these guys battle on info. Lads, I'm back. Earlier than expected. Yes. I just jumped here. They are well behind Bessier and Tedger. What happened? Who double sticked? Who changed all tires? Let's have a look. Let's have a little look. Guess we can get rid of this as well. Right. Have a little look at the stints. This big. Let's see who did what. They changed all four. Okay. Right there. Now, these are. Their stop was longer. What did I miss? What happened? I guess they've just passed him in pure merit. I guess there was a mistake by Dowd or Briat. Mighty strong. Teddy's actually had a good couple of events. He's had some pretty good pace. Let's go forward. Let's see what's happening in the Pipers then. Bosch back into the lead. What happened with them? Is that saying that he didn't change tyres then? Double stinting? These guys did. Their stop was 41 seconds, their stop was 45, so it looks like they probably changed one side. Maybe I'm wrong, who knows? I wasn't here to see it. Let's go back to the Messier still in second place. Three and a half seconds, but Bessier with 5% more VE than Matej. I wonder what strategy these guys really were running that first stint. Because Mateja's got the same fuel, same virtue as Predator and Briat, and Nashkadishvili and Bessier both on 65%. So, what strategy's going on here in this one, lads? Hours 50 minutes to go though. I'm actually he's super hungry. The missus is making the next sodas go down a tree. But yeah, definitely the field's been split up. Oh, big moment by Mateja. Jeez. No, not Mateja, by Bessier. Yeah. But they're closing the gap. Can't help but feel like he must have changed tires. That gap does look like it's coming down. We'll keep an eye on it though. Last lap, 2:01.6. Last lap, 2:02.4. So about 8 tenths slower was Bessie. And also, Mateja was slower too. So maybe that's what it was. I think Preda might have changed all 4 tires, man. Lap times was Briat doing. Last lap was an invalidated lap. About Ashkidishvili. Last lap was a 2:02.6. He's had a bad lap on the last one too. This is a tough track to double stint. Does seem to be coming down a little bit. You can see the Lambo just at the end of the straight here. Still looks like he's got the pace there. Slightly pulling away from the Lambo. Man said pure purple section on the way home. Well, normally it kind of takes me half an hour, but I just said 40 minutes just in case there's any delays. Just trying to figure out what these guys did in their pit stops. Let's see, like 1.1 seconds down on his fastest. But it's 6 tenths down on his fastest, so kind of confusing. I have a feeling that the Lambo and the Aston have double stinted. At the end of this stint, will this help bring the Lexus back into the race? Wish there was like a weather condition update, sort of like what Tiny Pedals has, but without having to actually get tiny pedals. think the next pit stop should probably be around lap 49. If there's any closer battles, is Nascar just really getting a little bit closer to Frank Briat. Last lap was a 2:01.9, so a pretty good lap actually, compared to everybody else in the field who seemed to be dropping back into the 2:02s. Did we change sides? I don't know. I wasn't actually here, so I'm not too sure what they. Not sure if you can tell by this graphic or not who changed tires. There's the pit stop time of 51 seconds. Pit stop time for Bessier was 53 seconds. Then 51. So if these guys pit stops at all the same time, they're pretty much going to be on the same strategy. But then I feel like some people must have fueled lighter because they have 5% more halfway through a stint. They've got to have put less in the fuel tank at the stop. Judging by the fact these got stopped earlier as well, so I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact they stopped earlier why they've got slightly less. As Naskinis really and Bessier went first. But gap down to 1.3 to Briat. This should be getting pretty close soon. I don't think Bessier did, because Bessier's second, so I think his gap towards the front is probably the same as what it was before. But it looks as if Bessier is definitely getting caught by Prenter. The Aston tyre wear and the Lexus tyre wear are coming to the forefront now. The missus just delivered me some food, so lads, give me about 10 minutes. I'm gonna have myself something to eat and we are back in the action. I will still be changing the cameras though, flicking through the car, so don't worry about that, but I'm definitely gonna have something to eat. I'm hungry. Bro, that gap is coming down. Trent out 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. He's closing quickly. Those tires on that Lambo are absolutely dying. I think Trent is even closing on the leader as well. So this is the stage of the race, the double stint. This is where the Lexus is in pretty much part of his own in terms of tire preservation. This is where you make the difference. It doesn't always have to be about the outright pace, man. Eight more laps until the pit stop. How much time can Prenter take out the two in front of him? Prenter's last lap a 2:01.6. Messier's last lap a 2:02.2. Again, 6 tenths. Tedger was a little bit better, 2:01.9. He only lost about 3 tenths to Prenter then. But it will get harder as the stint goes on. I don't know where that BMW hypercar was going, bro. If there's any more tight fights. There's one. They're doing 2-minute 2:04s, man. Damn. Pace is a struggle. Yeah, the 296 is kind of dead around a lot of tracks because it just doesn't have a lot of the straight line speed, so no real benefit. Even if you can do a decent quali lap with it, in the race, not great on tyres, and if you're behind someone with a bit of straight line speed, you just can't get past, so there's no real benefit to running the 296. His brother is 5 laps down. He must have had a big crash at some point. 1.5 the gap now. Yeah, I think Prenton's going to gain all that back for sure. He's going to gain all of that back. 6 laps until the pit stop, and he's going to be right on the back of Bessier probably in 2 laps time. It's looking a little bit overcast as well, actually. I couldn't see this from the TV cams, but it actually looks very overcast. Man said 10 over for the notebook and that. I think Penta made a mistake in the last corner. It looked like it in the last lap, so I think he actually lost a bit. Teja did a 2:02.6, so tires are becoming a problem for everybody. That was a bit naughty by the Porsche man. Really trying to get out of the way. What is he doing? That definitely felt like it cost Mateja some time. That. But he's through past the Lexus as well. Redner only 1.3 off of the back of Bessier, and the Lexus bins it. Ooh. Oh, thank God he got out of the way. Bessier getting held up badly. That's the difference, man. The laps are insanely accurate, and they use all of the track, you know. That's Penta in the Lexus hunting them down. Bit of traffic in the way at the moment, and he's not even trying to get out of the way. There you go. There comes the hypercar. Gap is now almost nothing, but of course Bessier is going to have the extra lap, I believe. Also, David Naskidashvili right on the back. Might work out for Naskidashvili. I think he's on the much fresher tyres. The Porsche's pace has absolutely died. We just let him through. Oh, no way! Back marker. Wow. What was the back marker doing, bro? Back marker trying to send it down the inside, almost binned Briat. Briat's probably going to have to defend this. Oh, late move. That was dangerous, bro. Gonna defend it again. Penna's right behind Bessier as well. I think a hypercar's coming up to lap him though. Penna's pretty much caught Bessier now. I feel like this Naskidashvili and Briat battle is more likely to end in tears. We will wait until the gaps are really close before we change. They're also getting caught from the Porsche behind them as well, down to 3.2. That was Max Florence's team. Super close. And the windscreen wipers are going. It's starting to rain. It's starting to rain. Oh snap. This is going to put Bessier and Naskidishvili in a very good place, because if the track's not wet enough, these guys are going to have to change to wets early. And that's going to kill the wet tires. They're going to have to go to wets early. Hedger, Prenter, Bria, they're all going to have to go to the wets early if the rain doesn't come down pretty hard straight away. Here we go. What do you do? What do you do? Well, I mean, they haven't really got a choice, to be honest. The track still looks bone dry. But if it's gonna rain, they have to go onto wets. Prenter doing his best to put him off. Got to come in the pits this lap. He is coming in. Now we're going to see what people put on. Bessier stays out for the extra lap. Prenter into the box. Naskidishvili, of course, doesn't have to box. Will he get the overcut? We need to see what Mateja changes to. Does he stick with dries? Doesn't look like they've changed onto wets. Looks like they're keeping the dries on. Maybe it's just not wet enough. They'll be hoping that it's not wet enough for these guys when they have to pit next lap either. Yep, they kept the dries on. They've kept the dries on. Oh, these lot changed tyres and they filled up 100%. So, wow, the strategies have gone crazy, lads. Strategies have gone crazy. They filled 100% and didn't change tyres. Interesting. I don't think they would have went to new tyres because it would have taken them absolutely ages to warm up. So what have they done here? What have they done? I'm not too sure what they've done. $50-minute stop. Lads, I don't know what they've done. But whatever Prenter and them not doing, they're doing some sort of alternative strategy. Bessier and Naskidishvili doing the 2 extra laps. They're probably hoping that the rain comes down much harder, but it still looks dry. It still looks like it is too dry for wets. So you gotta think that Prenter might have a pretty good chance of jumping these lot. This is going to be a strategic masterclass. These guys definitely will be in this lap. What about the hypers? What the hypers do? Posh still leading. He's in the pit lane. Oh, so he managed to stretch his fuel one extra lap. Again, all the hypers, they stayed on the medium tires, so looks as if that's the play. No one can actually jump to the wets because it's just not wet enough. Messier will be coming into the pits right now. Messier looks like he had a difficult lap then because it looked like Naskin is really closing the gap. So now we go on board with Prenta to see what kind of lap times and where he comes out, where they all feed back out. But Aston now 25 seconds behind Team Virus. Looking like he's losing some time, so maybe they did change all 4 tires. Maybe struggling with the warm-up. Now Bessier ran the same strategy as Prenta. He's out early as well, so Bessier 3 seconds in front. Naskin is really also short fueling as well, so things if these guys are the only guys that went with the full tank. Interesting. This race has been totally flipped upside down. Interesting. Let's see, will Prenta still have the pace advantage on Bessier? I'm wondering if Prenta changed 2 sets of tires. We shall see, I guess. So now these guys are praying that the rain comes before they run out of virtual energy. But it does, look how dark it looks. Starting to look real cloudy. This is going to come down to who has the better car in the wet, I guess. I always felt like the Lambo was pretty nice in the rain because of the natural rotation the car had. They've done pretty well out of that pit stop because they extended the gap that they had over Team Virus before the stop, and he's got a little bit more energy as well. So they look like they did pretty well out of the stop. Seem to have pretty even pace as well. It's such a big mixing strategy. I absolutely love it. 2 hours, 13 minutes left. Doesn't seem like Pregnant has an advantage in these conditions. That probably lost Bessie a little bit of time, that. That lag was about. Just slightly need to adjust the thumbnail because this is actually a 4 hour, not a 4.2. That's what I thought it was. That's still 3 seconds though. Remember, leave a like in the stream. It's pretty much the only place you can get the actual broadcast of the race, so you leave a like. How wet is it getting now? Yo, does it look wet enough? You still don't have any spray here yet. They are though gonna be 5 seconds a lap slower, so it's starting to get there. Nash Kidder's really sitting very pretty at the moment because he's got a little bit more energy than these guys, so the rain doesn't come in time for these guys before they pit. He does have a little bit more energy. Also, I believe these guys changed all 4 tires, so I don't know. It's crazy. This strategy is a bit all over the place at the moment. They've really gone their separate ways on strategy. Fuel for another 5 laps plus the one we're on, so that time, will the rain be heavy enough? Last lap was a 2:07, so 6 seconds lower than their fastest lap. These guys are absolutely flying right now. See how strong each car is once the rain does finally come as well. They're pitting now. That stays out though. Okay, they are pitting now. That too early? Gonna find out. Oh, he's gonna get held up a little. This is tough being stuck behind these type of guys, man. Because they're on track, they're struggling, but they still don't want to let you go through. What is he? He's just in the middle of the track doing nothing. What is he doing? Oh my God. What is he doing? The break early. Lost loads of time then. Did lose a lot of time messing around behind that. Ashkidishvili, he pitted also. I feel like Prenter lost a lot of time. Check their hypercar race pace. Last lap was a 2:08.2, but they were probably pits. 1:56.9. Damn, he's all over the place. Oman 56.3. He's still on dry tire. Surely he must be coming to the pit. Darden doing 57.2. Okay, some of these guys, they've just come out of the pits. Looks as if low 56s is a good pace. He's gonna... It's not fully wet, there's no spray. We'll check back once the spray starts picking up. Haney taking over the car now from Prenter. Let's see how much that's cost them. I think they've actually... There's Bessier. Bessier drives part. Yeah, he's gained a lot. Bessier has gained tons. Bessier also has taken... Actually, I don't think he has taken less fuel. He just pitted earlier. He's going to have a good 10 or so seconds, I think. Yeah. But will his tyres have been punished more by coming in that lap earlier? That's because you had to change tyres. That extra 12 seconds. Everybody knew. Everyone must have known it was going to rain. These guys should have never completely filled up, because now look, they've lost everything. They're now 23 seconds off the lead. That is a legit 23. Okay? Everybody now also on fresh tires, so they don't have the tire benefit. They don't even really have the energy benefit. Then you only got 1% more than Haney, and you're 14 seconds behind. So I think the Aston has cooked it, man. I think the Aston has cooked it. We're gonna see how Bestia does. I do feel like in the wet conditions though, the mid-engine cars, they do have like a lot nicer rotation. But it's just whether they can hold on to the tires. These guys have been getting very unlucky with traffic, man. A lot of these guys just don't move. There's one thing not to move, but when you're actually struggling and you're still not getting out of the way, it's I don't know, man. At some point it actually costs you more time not letting people through, you know? Must be getting pretty wet now. I can't see any spray, but it must be. That was a nice let through. We'll start checking the pace of those around. How quick is Nascadus really? Gonna come down to which car can look after the tires the best. Who has the best wet setup? Two hours, 1 minute to go. I don't know how long the rain will last either. Right, let's have a look at what lap time leaders are doing. 2010 last lap for the Hypers. 2022. Wow. Leader in hybrid flying. 2019. Oh, and he's binned it. Fourth place Hyper bins it. Damn. 2024. 2056. Damn. What's Ferris doing? 2028. Yeah, the leader is flowing, brother. Flowing. Haley looks like he's closing the gap. It's down to 8 seconds. Last lap, 2 minute 14. 2 minute 14.3, Bessier 2 minute 14.9. That will cost Bessier more time again. That's 6.5 tenths of a second last lap. Six and a half tenths a lap. I'm going to take too long to close that gap. That's probably going to take about 14 laps. That gap's probably going to be gone. This pace. Can start to see a little bit of spray now. So you see Best there, he's starting to break in the middle of the track. He's starting to break off of the racing line. Trying to get away from the rubbered line. Let's go on board. looking like a slightly better gap, but still Haney still seems to be carving the time out of him. A little bit twitchy. What's the lap time? 2:16.6. They must be getting even wetter. Let's see what Haney does. 2:15.6, a second quicker. Damn. That gap is closing. Even at 17.4 by Naskidishvili, struggling even more. 2 minutes 16.5. So not only did they lose out, don't even have the outright pace in the wet either. What a nightmare. What an absolute nightmare for these guys. They obviously put together a little Ferrari strategy because, yep, it's definitely cooked their race, man. This gap is really coming down. The back end sliding. These guys look like they're absolutely cooking now. They're probably also getting held up by this Porsche. It does seem to have a little bit of traffic at the moment. Again, I feel like this is a slow lap. 17.4. Haney 16.5, 9 tenths. Almost a second a lap at the minute. Getting absolutely hunted at the moment. Go back to the hypers. If Bessier gets through cleanly here, he does. Uh, 2:03.9 last lap. Let's see what he does this lap. A lot of traffic. We're 4.6. Oh, big snap. Haney's catching it so quickly. You see the understeer at low speeds, even in the hypers. Hopefully he doesn't get any traffic this lap so we can, or no traffic in the wrong places so we can see what lap times wet weather hypers are doing. Through into this tight little right-hander. Oh, hypercar off in front. That's a bit of a mad rejoin. What is he doing? All over the track. He lost his wing or something. Oh, he hasn't. Just gotta have bent suspension. He's driving. Let's see what lap time he does. That was only 2:05.9. The lap time's getting slower and slower. Switch back to the GT Cruise. .4. We'll have to see him soon. It looks like it's getting really wet. Gotta get out of the way, probably not. These Porsches look like they are absolutely on the edge of the grip. I don't get why these guys don't get out of the throttle earlier. Generally don't understand, like, what are you actually doing? Lap down, just doing the most. Look, still trying to hold it. Lost quite a lot of time though. Messing around and trying to get past that. I feel like some guys get offended when they get lapped or something. That's the correct way to get out of the way. Last lap was at 18.1 by him. 18.4, so the gap wasn't as big on the last lap. .3 that lap. 19.5. So he lost about 1.3 seconds. Have Bessier, has he found something in the pace, or was it just traffic? Do with the Aston doing. 20.5 last lap. Big. Their race has fallen off completely. Everything changed, different strategies, all sorts. These guys, the strategy call they made in the stint before this has literally ruined their race. On wide, one take again, struggling in the rain. The Aston probably just not very good in the rain. Do a lap time Bessier's doing now. I kind of feel like Bessier has found something in the wet. He's changed something because it seems as though he's got the pace all of a sudden. Maybe it's his lines. Comes across the line, does a 19.1. Let's see what Haney does. 18.6. Nope, Haney's still got the pace. Half a second. Was just the traffic. Haney has picked up from where he left off, or he was getting blocked by the Porsche driver. Absolutely flying. A couple of hypercars coming through. Gonna need to make sure those cars lap you in the right position, otherwise, again, it's gonna cost you more time. I kind of get the feeling like they need to lap Lambo before it gets dry again. The Lambo did seem like it had some pretty good pace in the dry. Getting lapped here shouldn't cost him any time on the exit. It will cost him a little bit of time. This guy's dilly-dallying on the brakes. Should get past the flat-out section right here. Lost a bit of time, but I don't think it was too bad. He'll definitely get past here. The flat-out section. Messier might get lucky as well. Probably get past before turn 1, I would think. Ooh, it almost tapped the wall there. Actually, he's not even. It really didn't catch him that much, the hypers, did they? Last lap, 18.7, good lap. 18.6 by Haney. That was a good lap by Bessier last time round. They're probably gonna pass him. This flat out section here, I would think. Maybe into the braking zone. And he's trying to lap somebody else as well. Will this AMG get out of the way? The AMG does get out of the way, I think. Yep. That was nicely done. Bessier's gone deep though. Oh, this is ooh, that was lucky. Bessie has definitely lost some time. That mistake. What I've got to remember as well, because it's wet, the braking performance in the GT3s is probably going to be way better than the Hypers. As of course GT3s have ABS. Let's see her pushing on then. Still a lot lighter on the energy as well. Lap 6.3, I think Haney must have got lapped in that tight and twisty section of the lap. Running it really out wide. 19.3. Haney comes across the line. 19.7. So he actually lost 4 tenths that lap. The first time in a little while has had a significant loss. Is the leader in the Hyper still in a class of 1. Last lap at 207.6. 208.3. Toman. I think Toman's gonna, I think that's Bessier he's just held up. Yep, I think that's Bessier that's getting held up right now. .207.9 last lap. Jeez. Decent pace. 207.8. 206.5 by Ferris Stanley. Pace looks all over the place. Oh, that was tight. Even at 12, dang. Ferris is looking pretty good. Almost got took out there. Um, 2060. Dang. 2062. So he's actually faster than the leader. SS last lap a 19.2. Oh, what was that? Oh, Bessier's off. No rear wing, absolute calamity. What just happened there? What happened there? Went absolutely flying. That happened by himself? It happens by himself. Boom. Nasty work. Oh, he's off again. Bro. Oh my God. Yo. This is going to be a nightmare trying to get this back to the pits. This is going to be an absolute mare. trying to get this back. I predict another spin. I predicted another spin, lads. There's no way he gets this back without another one. Gotta be careful though, because he spins it in front of the wrong person. Could destroy someone else's race. He is going slowly though, so it should be slow enough to make it back safely, I think. How slow he's having to drive. Here he comes into the pits. And he must have lost a lot of time that last lap at 19.9. Tough last lap. Seems as soon as he gets to the 5-second barrier, it's a struggle. Why'd you have to have it rain? Spice it up, I guess. I mean, for me, Sebring needs something to spice it up, because you're not going to get a lot of overtakes, are you? Might as well throw a bit of strategy into it. No, I fancy, lads, like a pink lady apple. Gotta be the best apple there is, bro. You know, most of them apples. Orient. Hey, you. Alright, I'm gonna chow down on an apple. Apple's too good. It's actually too good. This rain has actually changed this race into a 2-horse race. Haney with an 18.2. Damn. 1.1 seconds faster than Bessier. Bessier off again. What is this line he's taking, bro? I don't want to see that again. I do not want to see him do that again. This is the second time I've seen that. Hold on. I had to investigate though. Is he doing this on purpose? I'm not sure if he's doing this on purpose or whether he's making genuine mistakes. Have a look at the steering wheel. I genuinely can't tell if he's doing it on purpose. Right, let's wait. Let's wait to see the end of this lap if he's doing it again. I mean, the start of next lap. There's got to be a mistake he's making, right? He cannot be doing that on purpose. See, I've seen him do it twice. Right, so twice could be a mistake. 3 times. Gotta start asking that question, brother. What are we doing here? Straight line in the grass. I'll type in chat as well, you know. I will legitly type in chat if he's still playing. No. Okay, just a mistake. (18.4) last lap. 18.5. Our track conditions improving a little bit. Not for these guys, eh? They're still getting. Come to think of it now, I don't think it would have mattered what these guys did on their strategy, because at this pace, they would have absolutely got grilled in the wet. Literally, they're a second and a half slower. That's on a good lap. The Aston definitely has some. Look at the understeer. The Aston definitely has some. Jesus, what? Bro, this guy is all over the. He's all over the gaff, bro. I think he just got bumper damage from driving over the grass. He's getting caught by Bagheera. He does have to pit very soon, though. Oh, look at his car, bro. Wow. This man has no grip. Got no grip. Got no front grip. He's got no rear grip. Look at that. This car, you can't do anything. I feel like it's starting to dry out just a little bit. Bessia 18.4. 18.3 by Haney. Hour and a half to go. They're probably gonna have to stop 2 more times. Like, it's been a good lap for Haney so far. Definitely closed down on this lap. The Lambo's been pretty good in this race, man, because normally Lambo's pace does sort of drop off. Lambos look pretty solid. Oh, Haney's taking loads out of him on this lap. What is going on? This been a really bad lap for Bessier, or has Haney just found something? Let's look at the lap times at the end. I feel like Haney's taken a decent chunk this. Bessier also with traffic. Across the line, 18.6. That wasn't bad. Okay, So, yeah, Haney 6 tenths. These two really slugging it out. The fact these guys are still brave enough to use the curbs and the grass, even in these conditions, is insane. Last lap was a 21.8. What the hell has happened to their pace? And he got held up a little bit there, but at least the guy was attempting to get out of the way. .5 seconds in. Team Virus have about 8.3, 8 laps worth of fuel left. I would think maybe Messier probably has around about 5.7, 5.8 laps worth of fuel left. They might get in the 2 extra laps, Messier here. Through come the hypers. Look how much Haney gained on a hyper through the braking. Lexus in front needs to get out of the way before the last corner. I don't think he will though. What is he doing, bro? I don't understand why they make it so difficult for themselves. It's literally easier to let them go before the corner, so you don't have to do the outside ring of death. Let's see, a very good last lap. Oh, there's another Peugeot with a rear wing missing. It's the same guy. Watch out for this guy. Oh my god. Bro. A good thing that happened there. Oh, bro, what are you doing? Oh my god, bro. Yeah. What badge is it? Literally just a danger. Literally just danger. But at least he's got his hazard lights on. At least he's got that sorted out. This is how you know, like, this is a normal occurrence for him, because who the hell sets up hazard lights on their on their hotkeys in there? Him being rear wingless is normal behavior. Right, leader's doing 205 ones. Oh, he's getting absolutely closed down by Toman, big time. Toman only 4.5 seconds behind now. Jeez, that Cadillac is flying. Absolute cooking. Last lap 204.3. Leader last lap at 206.2. Damn. Nearly 2 seconds lost. Home and flying. And I want the inside for this hairpin. Can't get it though. He's doing his best to try and close that gap. Looks like a bit of traffic for Bessier as well. This race is actually blown by. So we're through. Almost down to 4 seconds. But he was lapping traffic. That was a 17.4, so the track is definitely drying out. 17.2 for Hanny. No one else is even in the stratosphere the lap times that these two are doing in GTPs. $18.5 for Naskidishvili. This is now where the setups are starting to make the difference. Guy's still doing 2-minute 20s, bro. 2:19.7. So far off the pace. Crazy. Annie and them are doing 17.2s. That's 2.5 seconds a lap. These guys are losing from being in a comfortable lead at one stage. Crazy. Even to this point, he has absolutely no grip whatsoever. Look at the car. That car looks so hard to drive in these conditions. He's probably thinking, get me out of this car now. He's slower than the guy behind. Even the guy behind's doing 19 zeros. Gabriel Guerra's last lap 19.7. The Porsches look like a struggle in these conditions as well. What's Florence doing? 19.7. Yeah, they've been lapped. Wow. You'd think the Porsche would be strong in the wet, but oh, and this is Hani lapping them all. Literally. They're probably gonna lap up until maybe 5th place. See what 5th place pace is doing. 19.0. He's doing by far the best in the Porsches. Literally 7/10 of that faster than anybody else in the Porsche, pretty much. I'm so surprised at these guys, man. Like 19-1, fair enough by Florence. This is it. He obviously made a mistake last lap at 2 minute 32. Trying to lap these cars without losing time. The Porsche, even the Porsches are all like, look at that. All over the place. That was Max Florence, I think. Yeah, it was. Wow. This is a gold DR driver. Struggling like that. Let's go on board and just see where he's losing so much time. As you can expect, Hani's super accurate in front. Definitely losing a lot on the straight. No, we already know that. Okay, he's still taking dry line. Oh, bro, what the hell? What are you doing? He's still taking complete dry lines. Probably not the best idea when I swear. I reckon it might just be tire wear, man. Might just cook the tires. Look how much Haney's gapped him. It's crazy. Watching this Porsche is damn. I would expect the Porsche to be like seriously strong in the wet conditions. Maybe it's a setup issue. Messier really has managed to hold them off. But of course, the 5% difference is gonna take a little bit out of Bessier in the end in terms of the pit stop time. Look at the V they're using per lap. Average 4%, so he's pitting next lap for sure. And he can do 2 more laps if he crosses the line in the morning. He actually didn't even need 8. Basically, they're trying to make sure the Ferrari isn't trying to overtake him in the corners. Actually having to block off the line. Let's see what Bessier does. Will they go into a fresh set of wets? Or they just keep rocking with the wets they have? Don't know, about to find out though, because Bessier is going to be pitting this lap. Oh, he's gone deep. Big mistake again. That'll cost him half a second, that. Here he comes. Did cross the pit line a little bit. I don't know if it'll give him a warning. The pits goes Bessier anyway. Through goes Hanny. How much fuel will Bessier put in? Hour and 9 minutes, so they definitely all have to stop again. So you could choose theoretically to do the splash and dash now, or you can choose to do the splash and dash at the end. These guys definitely hit it. So Bessier's chosen to max out the fuel. 29 laps. Gonna have to make it. Out pitting. I don't know. What were they doing? These stints. Lap 25. They're doing 25 lap stints. So I don't think they're making 29 laps. That means the splash and dash is going to be, splash and dash is going to be around about 4 or 5 laps. So in theory, you could try to do something clever, but I feel like maybe they just follow what Bessier has done into the pits. How much time will they take out of Bessier? Will they short fuel it to match Bessier's energy or not. Let's see. Too long now. He needs full. Could be making his way down the pit lane now. Here comes Bessier onto the back straight. Got the Lexus there. I think it was. Again, they gained loads of time. I think these guys must have changed tires. I think they've changed tires. Yep, they definitely changed tires. Bessier now 13 seconds in front. So I think they must have put on. Maybe they put on one side of fresh wets, I don't know. That would one side of fresh wets would have added what, 5 seconds to the time they had? Maybe it would have been 10-second difference, but isn't it? That looked as if it was 8 seconds longer. So again, the strategy is completely different. Let's see if fresh wets is the way to go. Right, strategy is locked in, and already he's taken a lot out of Bessier. At your ring. That's the if that's the difference in pace, that tire change might be the way forward. I calculate already a second. That was not even over. But then again, how long before the track dries out? I think if lap times start getting towards maybe, I don't know, 205.5, 205.6, they probably change the dries, right? Wow, they are getting absolutely closed in on so fast. He's closing the gap so fast. I think maybe that the tire change must have been the way to go. Bro, why would you stay in the throttle? This makes no sense. Since the pit stop, already lost over 2 seconds. Just over a lap. Deep again into the corner goes Bessier. It's crazy. These guys are only doing low 17s now. Whereas Haney and Bessier were doing low 17s ages ago. Let's see if this pit stop has helped them, whether they're still going to be struggling for pace. Giving it 14.9. That's a better lap. Oh, it looks a lot better. 2 minute 14.9. Quicker than Bessier, actually. Yo, quite a chunk quicker than Bessier. So yeah, Bessier, it's got to be the wrong call. Got to have been the wrong call. 13.6 by Haley. Oh, 12.9 in fact. Definitely the wrong call. Stick it out on those tires, bro. That pace difference is crazy. How long will it take for Haney to catch Bessier? Oh, Fernando, how you doing, bro? Dry lines starting to appear as well. Haney has to close the gap before it gets dry. Is looking more and more dry though. But you can't afford to change to the dry tires too early. Cannot afford to, because they will grain up. They'll start graining. You will just have no pace. I have a feeling Bessier's car must be handling like a boat right now. About to get lapped by the hypers. Do a lap time he does. 40. Aiming about to the 13-1. 13.0 in fact. 1.8 seconds quicker. We almost got the gap down to exactly what it was before the pit stop, which was about 4.5 seconds. What he really needs is guys like this just to get out of the way, way slow. What is this guy doing? I can't believe what I've seen from some of the traffic. The next pit stop will definitely be the last, man. Yeah, guys, listen. What car are you guys doing it in? How's Gregor Schill getting on? Look. Gregor Schill, Ferris Stanley. They're changing to... No, they're not changing to dries already. No stop. Oh, they're going to get cooked. Track still looks wet, bro. They can't even go off line. They're going to grain their tires, surely. Surely this is too early. Surely this is too early. I see. I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, look how slow he is. Oh my God. He's got no grip, bro. He's got absolutely no grip whatsoever. Look at that. Can't even keep up with the GT3. It's way too early. Way too early. I don't know whose call that was, but no, the rain came a while back. If you watch this back, what they did is they did the first stint, and then they did a short second stint, short fueled it, then the rain came, and then they went full VE. That seemed like the quickest stint to do. But making sure you're saving enough fuel adequately, is how you don't end up in this situation. These men are slower than GT3s right now. Yep, telling you, he is quick, and you know he probably doesn't want to come back into the pits and lose it one more time. Got a 50-second gap behind. He should have just stuck with the wets they already had. And look, he's literally being overtaken by GT3. Way too early. Well, let's see what he does. Will he go back into the pits? Because at that pace that he's doing now, might as well just forget about it. He's gonna soldier it. He's tired. His dries are gonna be dead. When everybody else pits, his tires are going to be absolutely finished. Bro, you have to go watch it back. Can't remember the first pit stop. They pitted and put dryers back on. Even though it started raining, they put dryers back on, but they only filled the tank for like maybe 10 laps worth of virtual energy in. And then they did only a few more laps on dries. Then they put wets on. Strategy worked well because guys in the Aston that were actually leading by a good 10 seconds or whatever, they did something else with the strategy. They, at the first stop, they filled all the way up and it lost them loads. Oh, Haney's really close now, 2.8. Oh, these lot strategy has been on point. On point. Messier did not change tyres in the last stop. Rex, now he is fighting. These guys are doing 2:11.8. Messier doing 2:14. 3 seconds left. Remember as well, when you add over a certain amount of energy and stuff, you can change the wing setting. That's what a lot of people do. In the dry, they have one setup. In the wet, they have a different setup. And when you're adding over a certain amount of fuel and virtual energy, you can change the wing level without losing time. Because in the wet, you do need more wing. Way faster. Haney has officially closed that gap, and he has 6%, 5%, sorry, more energy. Yeah, this is looking good. Strategy has been the difference. Look at the grip difference. See what the grip difference is looking like. Best here on the old wets. Hanny on the new wet tires. They changed in the last stop. Look at the braking difference. Good best here defend it. Not sure he's really got that much grip to really be able to fight him off, to be honest. There's a massive difference in grip level, to be honest. Let's fight it a little bit. It didn't really matter. This doesn't have the grip. Literally does not have the grip. That's probably game, set, and match, to be honest. What's the difference in grip now? What a strategy put together by Team Virus, to be honest. Remember, at one stage they were 4th on the road. Got some dodgy traffic up in front. You're actually blocking. What? Like, what are you doing? Who is that? I don't even know who this is, but literally blocking purpose. Oh, bro, what is this guy on? I don't know what this guy in the Porsche is on. Off his head. Guerra in 4th place now. So crazy how slow these guys were. I don't think their pace is too bad now. 2 minute 12.0. And he was actually slower, 2 minute 12.6. So now that it's starting to dry up, now they're starting to find some pace again. Whatever they did in that last stint, bro, they were well off. Now they're in 5th. It might, I feel like they'll be fighting for 4th because the virtual energy situation is quite different. So probably gonna have to fight it out for 4th place with Eric. They should have the pace. 47 minutes to go. Aiming with about 50 more laps. That means the splash and dash will be around 4 or 5 laps at the end. Look at the sky though. Look how dark it is. Let's go check the hypers. Still leading, only just 2.9 seconds, 3 seconds gap. Guy's been leading from pretty much the first lap after the incident. They've been leading the way. Does the Cadillac have this catch up though? Last lap was 58.5. A lot faster than what the Cadillac did. Maybe they changed tires too. .58.5 is looking insane. Stanley still well off the pace. Car that was behind him taking 30 seconds. Remember the guy behind him was about 50 seconds. Taking about 33 seconds out. The Aston run at the front. Their strategy was just. They just got out strategized, to be honest. There wasn't a crash, there wasn't. Everybody else just adopted a different strategy, got the jump on them, and then it started raining, so they didn't get any benefit from still pulling up the tank because everyone had to pit again. So they really just cooked their own strategy, to be honest. Now, Haney is gapping. Whoa, what's happened to Bessier? Bessier's pitted for dries. Is this Bessier's way of fighting back? If it is, I still think it's too soon. Sal also in the pits. So Bessier has thrown the dice down. He's saying, only way I can get this win back is to put the dries on, and it's too soon. It's too soon. Drives straight off. So he's gonna kill his tires. Yeah. Can't get it slowed down. Bad decision. It wasn't ready. Definitely was not ready for the slicks. Is why the BS competition hypercar BMW is still about 5.5 seconds of the top pace per lap. Getting your timing right when changeable conditions is in the race is everything. Bessier has had a great race, but his timing has been awful. Billy is pitted as well. I think these guys are going too early, man. I think let's have a look. Give it a lap, because obviously you're gonna have to warm the tires up. But it looks too early. Just look how slow they're going around the corners. I don't know why Nadeshvili. I can't even say his name. Nadeshvili. I don't know why he pitted. He would have seen how slow Bessier was. Still chose to pit. Let's see what lap time Bessier does. Oh, they're in as well. I think these guys could have stayed out. Unless they were scared of a puncher. I think these guys could have stayed out longer. Last lap was a 2:11.0. Guess they're just trying to cover it. Let's see what lap time Bessier is able to do. Maybe they just didn't want to give Bessier the chance to warm up his tyres and run on them. Bessier having to go offline. This lap definitely looks a lot better though. Wow, is Haney out the pits already? Haney's out the pits already. That means Bessier lost loads of time. Oh my God. Wow. That was close. Wow. Wow. That was super close. Bessier is way too far behind me. See what lap time he does here. Yeah, I don't even think they needed to pit yet. They didn't even need to pit yet because they were well slow on the switch. 2 minutes 16.3. 5 seconds slower than what they were doing on the wets. If I'm this guy, I'm staying out. I'm staying out. Until the lap times are slower, I'm staying out. Look at that. He's probably going to catch Bessier, this guy. But they do need to pit again. That lap where Bessier pitted, that was too soon, bro. Because he lost so much time. Haney can afford to bring the tyres in super slowly. Was he got no rear wing? Wait a second, was that the leader? That is the leader. He binned it. Oh my God. What the hell happened? No way this guy. Oh! The hair? It's not hair. What happened to him? Oh, just lost it like that. Wow. Man has led the race the whole time. Oh my day. Oh, he's fuming. Absolutely fuming. That was on the slick tire, bro. That was because he's on the slick tire. What a absolute man. Dang. Like I said, I don't feel like you had to change onto the dries that could have kept it going. And you could have waited till it was absolutely bone dry. then change. Let's see what lap time Bessier has done. He did a 2 minute 13.4, and guy behind on the wets did a 2 minute 10.8. So I still think, like I said, until there's like a second in it, I don't feel like it's worth changing. Unless you're worried about a puncher, why would you change early, man? Because if Hani and them stayed out on the wets, they'd be gapping Bessier by like 3 seconds a lap. It's actually bringing the Aston back into play. Him on these tires is bringing them back into play. Let's see what time Nashkidishvili behind was doing. Doing 16.4 compared to a 10.8. He keeps going like this, might be able to pit and get out ahead of Nashkidishvili. He might only have about 3 more laps of the better conditions, but in that time, if you can add another, say, 9 seconds to what you have now, you never know. Now he's pitting. I'm wondering whether these guys' tires are just cooking. That's what I'm thinking it's got to be, because I'm not seeing any reason to why you would pit. Now we're going into the night. Maybe that's part of it, because obviously the tires will be pretty difficult to warm up if the conditions are quite cold. Bessier has actually gained a good 10 plus seconds just on warm up of the tires. What lap times Haley's doing. Last lap was a 14.9. Car still looks pretty nervous. .5, not bad. I see, it looked like he was a little bit wide there. He does a 10.7. Still, that was 2 seconds lap quicker by Bessier. Oh! Big save. Big save. That would have damaged the tires though. So I think I know why they pitted. I think they pitted because the track temperature probably dropped, and they knew the later they pitted, the harder it's going to be to get the dry tires up to temp. That's what I think they've done. to stabilize just a little bit. Ooh, little snap. That's it, completely off. Pushing hard, he's probably gonna have to slow down a bit. That's good. That cut was looking a bit mad. All of a sudden, the Lexus now looks nervous. 7.2. Let's see what lap times these are doing. Last lap at 2:18. Dang. Warm-up struggles are insane. Minutes to go then. These guys definitely seem like they were the fastest to drive. Just think it's probably a bit too late for them. What I do know is that Hani doesn't have to save any fuel. Oh. He's definitely got enough. Let's see, it's still closing the gap though. A 9-second gap, he's got half an hour to close it. Maybe the race isn't over, let's see. 10.2. Let's see, they're looking fast on this lap. 8.3. 2 seconds lap faster. Really closing the gap now. Messier is hunting the way he was getting hunted in the stint before it dried up. Shoes now on the other foot, lads. Think about it. Hani and them are literally only doing the lap times that they were doing in the wet with the wet tires. Only now are they starting to beat it. Every little bit of traffic might mean something, man. Whatever reason, it has seemed like a lot of the GT3 drivers have not been that fine in letting the leaders through. That was definitely better. His lap time is this time. Well up, time round. 209.1. Still wasn't as fast as what Messier did last lap. they equal each other on this lap, so they stopped the bleed. Was that a bad lap for Bessier, or has it started to level out a little bit? Let's have a look at the hypercars, even though I think Toman's probably got it in the bag. Toman a lap ahead of everybody else and still on the wet tyres. Last lap at 56.4. Yeah, so he's only now 8 tenths slower than the guy in second. So now will probably be the best time for him to pit. Still running the wets. Surely he will pit this time though. We plan on... He's not pitting. Saying what? I'm sticking with these. I'm sticking with these. I only got 33% energy, is that right? Get into the end. I don't think he's getting to the end with 33. My stream's on par with the broadcast, and if I had the overlays, maybe. He's definitely got a pit, but I mean now he's leaving it. Now he's slower than the guys on dries, right? So he's better off pitting now and still having the time to warm up your tyres. If he waits until the end, he's going to be slower than them while he's on the wets, and then he's going to be slower when he changes to the dryers because he'll warm up his tyres. So, I don't know. He had a good strat for a while, but now he's overcooking it a little bit. Maybe he's just super confident with his gap. It is over a lap. So, yeah, I think doesn't really have to worry. I think his gap is big enough. Gonna make a pit stop and still probably gonna be like a minute ahead. So I don't think he has to worry about too much, to be honest. Oh, gap down to 6.7 seconds. Damn. Last lap at 2:07.5 by Bessie. Last lap for Annie was at 2:09.8. Bessier is absolutely flying. How much will this traffic cost Annie? That closed again, 0.75 last lap. 2:06.4. It's a second to lap at this point. Bessier looks like he's giving absolutely everything. He's right on the edge. Second to lap, 11 laps to go. it's like the tires are probably still not in the correct window. That's probably the issue. You know? The Lambo is very good at warming up tires. The Lexus, probably with the Ford, one of the worst for warming up tires. Takes a long time to get Lexus tires, these sorts of conditions, up to the right temp. Bessie not having a good lap. Or maybe this time is judging off of his fastest time in the car. 2010. So this lap is looking like a 205. 206. 206.3, and he did a 206.8. Better's only half a second this lap, but as Hadi's tires get warmer and warmer, the pace will level out a little bit. He just needs to make sure that it levels out, or Bessier is right on his tail. Seconds, man. And laps to go. Will Bessier run out of tyres, run out of pace, or Hani find tyre temps, thus finding pace? Haven't got long to find out. The strategy that put them in this position, it probably wasn't all out pace, to be honest. But some of the other cars did look as fast, or if not a little bit faster, in some conditions, particularly in the dry. Let's see again how much struggle the Aston's having. 206.5, so they're doing pretty decent pace as well. They literally lost so much. They probably had the fastest raw dry pace. They've just lost so much. 4 different cars, 5 different cars in the top 5. The pace in the Aston in the wet, I'm not sure if it was just their setup, but looked horrific. The drive, absolutely terrible. Bessie has just lapped cars. Last lap of 207.5. I think that's a slow lap. It was about 1.2 seconds slower than Hani. On board. The car looks a little bit better now. Tire temperature, as you can see, it still look a little bit cool. So probably still doesn't have the tire temps that we want. I don't know why SES has looked totally blue. Probably because it's not our car. What was this hyper? Whoa, bro! What the hell? Who is that? Dead. That's the type of name, man. Do some dumb stuff like that. I think that was Toman. I think that was the leader coming out of the pits onto the slick tires then. Still has a 1 minute 7-second lead. Probably going to take him a little while to get his tires up to 10. They haven't even got enough grip to hold the GT3s back, even at this stage. You got to be so careful. He'll accelerate, get to the corner, have 0 brakes. Oh my days! Wow. God. Yep, it is definitely a struggle. He might as well just be patient. He's got a massive lead. Might as well not even risk it. Second lead, it'll probably get eaten into maybe down to like 40 seconds while he gets the tires up to temps, but I think he should have it in the bag unless he bins it. I don't think Toman will bin it though. This is a highly skilled driver, esports driver. Doubt he'll be making those mistakes. Still the gap at 6.2 then, so I think Haley's probably stopped the bleeding now. Again, yeah, look, Haley's going faster again now. 205.4. Bessier doing 205.6. I think the bleeding's probably... I think those tyres are probably in a similar window now, so it'll be hard for Bessier to keep catching at the rate he was. Because it all came down to tyre temps. If you look, because like the Aston seemed to stay out longer, I feel like it was easier for him to get his tyres up the temperature on the dries. He stayed out on the wets a lot longer. I think these gaps are probably set to anybody else that's close. Everyone's absolutely smashed to pieces. DT. To be honest, they've been smashed to pieces at Piper's. Strategy really important though, this race. Probably even more so than pace. The strategy has been so important in this race. Because Hanny and them, they went from 4th fastest on the road. So they looked every bit 4th fastest, and somehow they are number 1. 5.9 seconds. Last lap a 2:04.3. Nice lap. And he did a 2:04.6. So there's only a few temps in it now. And we've got maybe six laps to go. So again, it has to be like a second a lap. If it's not a second a lap, it's GG's, bro. It just shows you, if you look like the pace in this race, right, was close between the top four for a long time. It was strategy that changed everything. Right? Nothing to do with like just raw pace. Strategy was the permanent factor for this race. I need to get myself a drink. I'll be back. Right then, 8 minutes to go. Adding on a good lap again. 2:03.9. I think Bessier was probably a little bit quicker. Bessier looked like he had a good lap last lap. 2:03.2. Hey. I feel like this has been a pretty impressive show by the Lambo. But for the last few, last few weeks, Lambo has looked as if it has some major flaws when it comes to race pace. I feel with the cooler temperatures, the mix of rain, I feel like it's definitely, those are the Lambo conditions that you can compete with. Compete in those conditions in Lambo. I think in the dry, in the first stint, you could kind of see once the Aston got past, that, you know, the drop off of the Lambo was just dropping behind the Aston quite, not significantly, but there was a clear step in pace that the Aston had, and, you know, tyre wear as well. They were starting to catch the Lambo. So I feel like these really cool conditions where it's at the Lambo. Only 3.4 seconds behind, he's definitely giving it a go. Don't he's got enough time left, only sort of 4 laps to go, so I don't feel like they're going to lose that much time. He's got to be literally a second lap faster just to get a look. And we see Bessier in the distance. There he is coming out the last corner. .202, 202.8. Damn, that was a good lap. Mistake though in the first sector. Bessier's rear of the car definitely got out of shape. Doesn't really get any help from his teammate, the Hyper. Kind of stuck his nose halfway in and just didn't go for it. Yeah, that was Bessier's last opportunity. He made a mistake on that lap. Lost a second already. Just think though, when Annie came out of the pits, he had about a 25-second gap to Bessier. And of course, because Bessier had the tyres already warmed up, he's just steadily taken loads out. That little maneuver by the hypercar actually cost Haney about a second. But Bessier's gained that second back. The good thing Bessier struggled at the start of this lap because the gap would have been down to like 2.3 seconds or so. Last lap at 2:04.4. 2:04.1. From Bessier. When the going got tough though, these two cars definitely have been the standout, the GT3s, man. Anything, the only thing that Annie and Brenton have got wrong is probably the amount of virtual energy they put in. Probably overfueled it a little bit. Have a look how much, yeah, they've got like 5 laps left, so they've gone over how much fuel they need. I think at maximum, if you're in an extremely fast field in the hypers, maximum this race is going to be 112 laps. I don't feel like it goes beyond that. I'm sure most of the guys will learn this for tomorrow. Looking to be a better lap by Haney though, but still Bessier closing the gap. Actually, he brings it back, nice late apex. Actually going to be a pretty decent lap, 2:03.2. 2:02. This guy's still in the way. One more lap to go after this one. Haney looks like he's actually getting held up. 2.2 seconds. This is telling me, bro, like, it's some stint by Bessier in this last stint. I can't lie. Guys, I think could have been a little bit more efficient with how much virtual engine they put in. Also, I think it's a little bit of a mistake to have pitted as early as they did to put the dryers on, because they could have probably gone another 2 laps and they would have taken another 10 seconds away from Bessier, you know? Because whatever the weather, Bessier was going to close the gap for having the warmer tires, but they could have opened the gap even more when he first went to splits. They definitely could have opened the gap more. Not this guy. This guy is dangerous. Just doesn't get out of the way at all. Bessie has already flashed in 1.1 seconds. Absolute send. Had to do it. Bro, he's gained so much. It's actually insane. And he just has to hold his nerve now. Can't let Bessier get anywhere near you into any braking zone whatsoever. This has been a battle of the strategy. And both strategies have put them in the exact same place on the last lap. See the body language of the Lambo, he's absolutely sending it. A little bit too little too late though. I don't feel like he's gonna get enough of a run to try it into the last corner anyway. But Hanny should take a tight line into the last corner in my opinion. Yep, he had to take the tight line. What a race. What a race. That was an actual nail biter. What a race, man. Yeah, one more lap, that would have been insanely close. Insanely close. Jeez. Yuri Toman then, in the end, 36 seconds. That's how long it took his tyres to warm up. Remember, he came out the pits, he was over a minute ahead. 1:07 seconds. And by the end, 36 seconds. He lost a lot. He lost loads with that warm-up. Insane race. Insane race. These guys, they had so much pace at the start. Strategy, terrible. But Team Virus, their first race under the name, get the dub. All I can say is GG's. I don't know what this says, but hold on, guy in the Porsche moaning. Don't know who that is talking. That guy in the yellow Porsche. Sometimes you got to read the room, brother. What a race, though. What a race. 111 laps. Maybe if Team Redline in it, it ends up being 112 laps. Therefore, making it a lot more difficult. But it's actually pretty tough to know what the right strategy is. Do you stay out on the wet tires even longer and wait until there's an overlap? Because remember when Annie and them pitted, they were doing 2-minute 10s on the wets, and the people on the dries were doing 2-minute 14s. So if they stuck that out for another couple of laps, they probably would have gained a bit more time. But then would the warm up for the tires have taken even longer? All questions difficult to answer. So I don't know. Should be a good one. But Annie gets the win in the Lexus. Lambo looks super good round here. I can't even lie. Lambo looked very good in these conditions. Davin Nashkidishvili, he kind of fell away. His pace wasn't even that bad in the first stint, but he fell away. These guys, man, jeez, they died. I think not only was their car not very good in the wet, but I don't feel like, or it didn't look like they changed their wing setting for the wet. So that's why they were so slow in the wet. At stages they were doing 2-minute 21s when the leaders were doing 2-minute 17s. So that's 4 seconds a lap, bro. That's more than just that's more than just struggling. That means your car's bad, your tires are bad. There's nothing good. Yep. What a race though, man. Peace to the guys, bro. Guys, not really gonna go through anything else. I just ducked from the server actually. That was a good one. That was a good one, man. At least now you guys know the strategies for tomorrow, right? Let's see what strategies people put together tomorrow. Sure, some of them will have watched race. Where will they go on the strategy? Let's see. I think tomorrow's race will probably be a lot more stacked. The Saturday 2 o'clock race is pretty much always stacked. We shall see. We shall see. Yo, Prento, that was crazy, man. Crazy. Yo, that Lambo at the end, bro, he was hunting. That was a good race, man. 2 different strategies. Both seem to work, man. Both seem to work. I thought though, Prenta, in my opinion, I thought you guys pitted for the dries too soon. Because if you looked at the guy in the Aston, he was still doing 2-minute 10s while everyone who switched to the dries were doing like 2-minute 14s. Like you gave up a lot of time by switching to the dries. The lap after Bessier, you know? Because it was still 4 seconds quicker on the wets time. So another couple of laps, you would have put like another eight or so seconds on Bessier. But I don't know how bad the warm-up was. So who knows, man? Probably slightly overfueled it as well. I think Kamau and Marius are doing it tomorrow, no? No heat into the tires. Damn. Yeah, what was the track temp by the end? Must have absolutely just died. That was actually a tough, some tough strategy calls, man. You guys' strategy was insane because the pace actually was pretty close between the top four when everything was when everything was dry. You know, it was the strategy calls that really made the big difference in that. Right, lads. Anyway, listen. Great race, great battle, great strategy. Yeah, that was pretty much what LMU's all about, right there, in a nutshell. That was pretty much what LMU was all about. Yeah, guys, I'll be back probably Monday. I probably can't stream tomorrow's one because I'm gonna be cooking. My missus is streaming, so it's probably gonna be a little bit hard to run the stream while I got all that going on. So I doubt I'll do tomorrow's one, but I will probably be flicking through everybody else's streams to see what's going on. But yeah, guys, appreciate you guys watching. Hope it was a good one. Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm out. Peace.